Right. Sorry. We wound up starting late. I got caught up doing something that needed done before stream, and it took longer than I was expecting, so it's time to get the show on the road. How's it going? Get the background music turned on. Because for whatever reason, it just loves popping through into, like, everything else. It's the most bizarre thing ever. But yeah, so we're still investigating this case. We have access to the garden out by the inner temple now, and we're not supposed to be out here for whatever reason. We also have Franziska shadowing us around like a puppy, and it's a little weird, even for her. But we have Gumshoe now, so we're going to pester him. So how's the inner temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working in place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of the scientific study? Nothing! Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. Aside from the fact that there's, like, gravy all over a scroll. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there was a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? He looked kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. I like how her name is so long, they just shorten it to, like, Von Karma. Oh, no. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her, but there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on the side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. Oh, that's right, yeah, to get her through the lock. We'll have to wait since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down I felt like I was drowning. Hi, Ultra. How are you? Sounds pleasant. Sorry, getting some coffee in me. Alright, so let's see, what do we good? Good, how am I? I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good. I've got some, you know, coffee next to me. You know, had a good day otherwise. Let's see, what is this? A little lantern, a little statue. It's certainly a quaint little garden. Oh, what did you find? What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Yeah, but why isn't it frozen over? Yeah, everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? Oh, so she can, like, whip him awake. Oh, that's bizarre. Oh, what is this? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. And this is the sign... This is the symbol of the Crane channeling technique, too. This is the sign of, Misty, the master. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dunham. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. What's she doing with a... Yeah, what is she doing with, a charm with, like, the Crane channeling technique on it? This little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers, yeah. Crane Master's talisman added to the quarry record. Yep. There we go. There we go. That's what I was thinking. Good to have it confirmed. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. Okay. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Oh no, that's not a good sign. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's an almost perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone was carefully clearing away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation. Okay. If it wasn't the police, then who did it? Oh, yeah, there's something I need to tell you, just between the three of us, okay? What is it? It's top secret. You can't tell anyone. Got it? Understood. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch. Is that it? That's it! Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason, although I can't even begin to imagine what that reason could be. Yeah, that's fair. Let's see, so... Mystic Elise was up here for reasons, or at least her talisman is up here. She probably wrote Maya in blood. Honestly, this might also be the crime scene too, especially if the blood was in the snow. Clear away the bloody snow, you win. But you would think there would be traces of it that seeped all the way through. So I don't know what's up with that. So these letters are written in blood. Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Ms. Denim's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my very own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Nim wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. But why would she do it upside down? Wouldn't it be right side up? From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Nim's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? Okay. So Miss Nim was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? Oh, you know what? I wonder if Iris was caught trying to help Elise, and because she was pulling out the sword, and that was, you know, where the vast majority of the blood was lost, people thought maybe she stabbed her? Maybe? Good Samaritan accidentally getting accused of the murder they were trying to prevent? What do you think, Ms. Karma? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here, someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, the place has been completely inaccessible, because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. Ugh. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. I swear, if Maya's getting... And if Maya gets accused of murder, I'm going to scream. But yeah, I think that's all we're getting here. So let's head back to... let's see, anyone down here? No. All right. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So let's go back to Hazakura Temple. There it is. And see who is around. It seems you have a visitor. Is it Edgeworth? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Cyrus. Mr. Wright! Harris, I'm really glad to see you. You now managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him, we've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright? Okay, okay. Hold it. Excuse me, what? Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now, excuse us. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? No, she's right. Thanks for reminding me. Man, I don't get it. Whose team are any of these people on? Why is she helping us? Edgeworth, I get, but what's her deal? Why is she following us around? I'm so confused. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. I wonder if it's her bad back. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? My goodness. From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? Also, why is she calling that crimson? That's like purple. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris, she was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh, me? She just glares at us. Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who have said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those cyclocks of hers. Oh yeah, because she still hasn't told us who Mystic Elise is. Take that! Alright, let's see if we can actually do it now, because I don't think there's anything else we can get on her specifically. So let's see if we can sort this out. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Denim had a special significance for this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Denim's true identity. Take that! Miss Denim had this charm with her at all times. Where did you... This isn't some cheap good look charm either. Then, What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Mr. Nim really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Mr. Nim's true identity. So this came from her staff. Oh, that's covered. Oh, wait, yeah. Because it still has the thing. This painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. This crest is reserved for the master of Karain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that Acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes, in fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. It's like Misty. And got her. Beautiful. All right, tell us all about her. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with the mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman is the symbol of the master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death? So at least Nim was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the crane channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... What's happening? It can't be... Earthquake? No! Oh my goodness. The inner temple of this kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? No! Of course. No! Absolutely. It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, all right? She really likes Larry. Wait, Franziska? No, absolutely not. If anything, she's trying to help her brother. Oh, Misty? Or at least she wasn't utterly repulsed by him. Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. But yeah, no, like, the only thing I can think of for, like, why Franziska is following us around is, like, to help Edgeworth. But, like, I don't know. Come on now. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. You know now Larry was involved in the deaths of Misty and Maya. Misty and Mia. Oh, no. True. Larry. That man is bad luck. Oh my god. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. Oh, and Edgeworth doesn't like earth. Oh no. Oh no. I wonder if he's all right. I can almost guarantee he's not all right. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. The fact that she, like, just... Her first assumption is, like... Are you thinking about Edgeworth right now? It's like, classic. We've got to hurry to the inner temple and... Right! Oh my god, what are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ow, hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No, The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped? What? Of all the things to go wrong, it's just going from bad to worse. So it was just now during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I thought it was his fear of failure. Oh no, he doesn't fear failing anymore. He's kind of let that go. Somewhat. But no, his biggest weakness is earthquakes. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to the side. We haven't seen her. And we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. I mean, Gumshoe is the cop. I mean, he is, but like, do you know how easy it is to get past him? What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris... Oh, Iris might be trapped. Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. All right, let's go. Oh no. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was some... It's locked even harder? Gumshoe's like a Rottweiler, throw him a hot dog and he'll go chase it, exactly. Also, although I will say his bark is far better than his bite, but like his bark isn't exactly terrifying either. So he's more like a golden retriever with like a tennis ball. Even more locks. What is the meaning of this? Well, there's Iris. Iris, please tell me, what the hell's going on? Well, like, at least Iris is here, you know? But like, she needs to get us through those locks. If only they had a blowtorch. True, because a blowtorch at least wouldn't trigger an earthquake. Also, I like how this is a part 3. Well, this is a third investigation phase, technically, because the second phase was so long. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles, Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. You know, for as like grumpy and awful as she is, she's actually really nice in her own kind of way. Like she actually cares. Like she's like, you know, reasonably nice to Sister Bikini. Like she's being strangely nice to Edgeworth. And like, I don't know, she's been kind of nice to Nick too. Part of me wonders if she's sick. But like, I don't know, it's kind of nice. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. Says her. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right, but what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day. Wait. Hundreds of combinations. 4 locks that she's not familiar with. And she thinks it would take a day to get through them all? How basic are these combinations? Are they what, like 2 things? My god. Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day. Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix, Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident, but you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Oh no. How many? Okay, that's not too bad. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. I want to see what the locks look like before we go investigating around, because I don't think we're going to find anything new. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe that what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Take that! I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think? I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. No, I backed out. I hate everything. I hate everything. Although, this was at the time of the sketch. Let's see, what time? Alright, let's try this again. So I don't back out of it this time. Fool. Thankfully, these aren't especially long. For testimony again. Cool. That was impressive. 940. That doesn't add up with this. Let's see. Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but what you say does... Yeah, no, because Iris's old testimony says she rang the lights out bell at 10, so she can't be at the training hall and ringing the bell at the same time. Take that! You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah! Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me! Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right, I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Well, we could try... I mean, we could try the secret. Like the blackmail letter. Don't dare open it. What a pity it's just full of old clothes for the acolytes. Thanks, Francisca. Okay, we've seen all of that before. None of this has changed. There's a chance it's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen locks quite like these before. I have Hey, look, just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if these locks are guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. Which is almost guaranteed to be what they're hiding. The cops are still coming. The place did look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Hi, Edgeworth. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter, mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away! What do you want, right? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. I went back to the criminal affairs department, right? Okay. You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. There we go. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Aw, once again! So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. Aw, that's good. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake, and not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of the self-pity, okay? Hey, Edgy, tell her who killed him. Oh, tell Franziska? Ah! No! Oh no, no, they would be like covered in whip welts. Absolutely not. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on, and I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. Phoenix, you dated her. Well, she might not have told him anything by then. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. No. Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look some stuff up on her. I should ask him what he's found. Sir, give me... Was she wearing a paper bag the entire time? No. No, no. Like, Nick realizes she looks similar, but like... Can't place why. And I'm trying to figure out how to convince him that who she looks like is relevant. Because I need that to get her to spill the beans. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearl. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the bridge. Who's here? Anyone? It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. Fair enough. Is he actually down here? Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearl, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she all right? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the loser shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Loris did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearl. We're going to get firewood now. Larry, step away from the child. No, Larry, see, I don't trust Larry with, like, women, but I feel like he wouldn't be a weirdo to kids. Like, he's a weirdo, but I feel like he's a weirdo with standards. If that makes any sense. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire, so stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. I was thinking more about the half-raw potatoes. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, actually. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? All right, then. What do you think about this picture, Pearl? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? Actually true. It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. Larry's the type of guy to put the inflatable swimming wings on a child's feet so they float upside down and drown. Well, not necessarily so they drown. It's more like he thinks it would be cool to, like, put the swim wings on the feet to do, like, you know, sick upside down, like, handstands in the water more easily, and then the kid accidentally drowns. Is more like the vibe Larry gives me. But he tries to turn them into cheese. Yeah, basically. Yeah, either to do sick underwater handstands or to make them walk on water and they just flip over. Oh no. Yeah, like he would not go out with like the intention of hurting them. It just happens by accident because he's just that clueless. But Mr. Loris, not you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Larry, what kind of berries were you eating? Probably the red ones with really pointy leaves. Pearl? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Nick, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Paul, but yes, it does. The night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dunham's room, reading a book together. But Miss Dunham was murdered, and you, Pearl, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearl? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. Oh no, what are you talking about, Pearl? My spiritual power, it has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? I'm sorry, what? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearl? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearl, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Aw. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That's what... That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her. Okay. I want to see what her locks look like. Because we know for Iris, we need to be able to prove that she's related to Dahlia. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Dunham's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was just so nervous. So Pearl never went to Miss Dunham's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearl. On the night of the murder, you went to this place.
Take that!
You went here, didn't you? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is...
Take that!
Did you hear that, Larry? She's being punished by being with you. Absolutely not. Oh my god. It's obvious you were so worried about Pearl. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for your special course. Wow, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those who you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearl. What's not clear is what happened after that. But what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow that I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How do you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearl. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because... I don't think we have the answer to this, actually. Yeah, let's go investigate some more. And then we'll go from there. Anything else? No. Let's go to the main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type! Amazing. Well, there she is. Well, what's the damage? How's the Sacred Cavern? Looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those with the crane tradition. I have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Karain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Interesting. Okay. Someone was trying to destroy the main family line. There is only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Karain, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Apparently, yes. You believe in this technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask to Mask case and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. How convenient. The Karain technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. Yes, the power is real and so powerful. That is why one of the two examples we can think of is being used to get is used for getting a girl to wear a maid outfit. Oh, no. It's true. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident. Is she talking about what I think she is? I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? Wow, what a surprise! A case that has to do with the mother of a dead daughter who trained me as a lawyer! That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Karain tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Karain Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Missy's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished, while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Karain tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan... Does she mean Maya? And it just so happens that an attorney in that trial died and his son and the daughter of the guy that killed him is there. Yeah! The spiritual power of the Karain channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. Imagine that being the way you figure out you're trans. Like, not even joking. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystigami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones that don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course, she became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. That's right, Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. So what exactly is the reason the branch families can't be powerful also? So basically the master is the strongest of the daughters. So the branch families have an inferiority complex, I guess. So they try to become the new strongest. So, like, basically, it all goes to whoever has the most power. But killing the stronger won't make you stronger. No, it makes you the strongest of everyone who's alive. Why not train up your own skills? Apparently, it doesn't work like that. Like, so, from the sound of it, everyone has, like, a maximum strength of their own ability. So the master has a higher, like, may start higher and then has a higher cap to how powerful they can get versus everyone else. And that's why they're, like, the master. By the sound of it, everyone in this universe is stupid. Probably, yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, it's like you kind of don't think about the lore too hard because it kind of just starts falling apart. But yeah, so the best I can figure for what they're getting at is that basically, say you have a mother and 3 daughters. The mother is the current master. The strongest of the 3 daughters, when the mother dies, becomes the new master. The other 2 become branch family, and their inferiority complex drives them to, remove / unseat the current master so that they can become the master because they are now the most powerful of the remaining family. So they can then become the new main family, if that makes sense. And, like, yeah, you can train your powers to make them more powerful and presumably more consistent, but there seems to be an upper limit to that. So you can't just out-train the current master and, like, usurp it, I guess, is what it sounds like. I'm not going to pretend I understand what the lore of the Phoenix Wright universe says, because I can barely follow it sometimes myself. But that's basically what it sounds like. Because, like, Maya has to do a lot of practice, has to do a lot of training, or else she gets rusty and, like, not necessarily weak, because she can do a lot of channeling just by, doing it. But to get her full potential, she has to actually work at it, just like everyone else. It's just that she starts higher than, everyone else. But that also implies that Mia was actually a stronger spirit medium than Maya, and just went, Lamau, absolutely not, and just kind of ditched, which is basically how Maya wound up in the line of succession. Maya was like 12. Yeah. But, like, if that, yeah. But, like, the thing is, though, is that as they got older, as you're exposed to, like, family insisting that, if Mia's, the head, you want to also be, like, you want to be in the main family, right? That whole thought process is coming from your grandparents, your parents, your aunts, your, like, everyone is insisting that you have to be main family if you're going to matter at all, right? So the theory there, they could have got Maya to step down as the master for a hot dog cart. Honestly, yeah. You probably could have gotten her to like step down for a bunch of hot dogs, to be perfectly honest, or like a burger store, burger restaurant. Honestly, you could have gone either way. Just gotten her out of the way free. But nah, apparently not. Although, yeah, because Maya doesn't have any sisters aside from Mia. So it would have automatically gone to Pearl if Maya was out of the way. So, like, literally, they didn't have to, like, accuse her of murder. They could have just gotten, like, convinced her to, like, get into hot dogs or something. Morgan, there's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Green Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she can make her own daughter the next master. But yeah, no, it's one of those, like, power seems to corrupt absolutely kind of deals, where if you're not the one with power, it drives you to get it. It drives you to do terrible things to acquire it. I'm wondering what game it comes back that the guy that killed Mia was really a setup. Oh, Lord, imagine. Although, Godot seems very convinced that, like, the guy that well, actually, no, because apparently there's more to the guy that killed Mia, because we already got him, but, like, it was all from, but that all started from something else, and that something else is not especially clear, because we already know how that kind of interweaves with Dahlia, but we're not entirely sure what it has to do with that very, 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 very early case from the first game. I suppose if you know about Mr. Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Iris, what's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter? Iris is what? That's not what I was thinking. Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? I'm sorry, what? That's not the twist I was expecting. Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of the Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yeah, Pearl. Pearl Faye. I always thought she was an only child. You just a child. She's Mystic Morgan's. I had no idea. Oh no, we can't have an original character in this game, can we? Apparently not. Apparently not. Although, to be fair, we don't actually know if Dahlia is blood related to that jewelry store owner. That really wealthy one. So what if Morgan Faye had 3 daughters? The first 2 are twins. They get separated somewhere after birth. One winds up here at the temple. The other one winds up being adopted by a wealthy jewelry family. And then Pearl happens. And Pearl winds up the jewel of her mother's eye. I wonder. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearl up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Ooh. I was right! Hey Mia, there's a trial with your future successor where you go and try and find your cousin guilty of murder. Wait, what? 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister and Mystic What did I just say? 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 What actually had 3 daughters. Oh no. Oh. Wait until Mia finds out Nick is dating Mia's cousin. Oh Lord. Yeah, wait until Mia finds out. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know it all happened 20 years ago? After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Oh, he became the jewelry store owner. One of the daughters stayed with him. One of them got sent to the temple. Oh, how awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. There we go. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable if Iris has a twin sister. Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? Oh no. What did it say? It fast forwarded too fast. Oh, I can't even read it in the VOD. No. I messed up. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearl had 2 older sisters, huh? Yeah, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband, but even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had Pearl. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. Hey Pearl, your half-sister tried to murder me once. Well, no. Yeah. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to go ask more questions and get some more info. Cool. All right, time to go back to, it's time to go find Edgeworth, but I want to see if I can find Gumshoe too. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is it they're humming? Gumshoe? No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me, no motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Korean. Oop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. That was supposed to be reggae? What? I'm so confused. What is going on? Hey Gumshoe, you're the one character not related to this mess. Did you happen to have twins like 20 years ago? No, he's not a jeweler either. Every case has got to be airtight. Every case has got to be airtight. Hey pal. Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. Oh, yeah. We kind of assumed. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me? I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot? Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Be careful. Once nights should be I'm assuming there. As soon as you something the something. Oh, maybe it's one. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel something spirit, leave everything up to. Oh, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Burnt up a letter? Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator? I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Wait, so Pearl tried to channel someone. It doesn't sound like it went correctly. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums, masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Burnt letter added to the court record. It's got to be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good look over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done, pal. Littering's a crime, pal. Okay, first things first. I want to see what it says. Yeah, be careful. Once night falls, something should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is, she is our ally. The whole something. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the, also make, tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Huh. Okay. Also, how much you want to bet this got turned into gravy roast? The master, because Pearl is like 9 and can't read very well. How much you want to bet? So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the seven-branch sword that was found impaled on the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work, but let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Oh, is it the metal detector? What's the secret weapon of yours? You want to know? You've got to think scientifically, okay? All right. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. I want the dog this time. Same. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh, me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Play forensics expert. Save it for later. Come on, pal, it's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. Hey, Francisca, here is the thing we used to find your father guilty of murder. It's so sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh, brother. Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give the courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. Amazing. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight too. Take a good look at everything. looks like a wallet. Aha! That's where it's been. Is it yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then what's the point of carrying a wallet? And how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. Amazing. Doesn't look like there's anything here. Hey, pal, all you gotta do is watch the detector and let it... What's this? A pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal. Huh? It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking in suspects' faces. That makes you detectives sound really nasty. It's my dream to stick it in your face one day, Wright. Don't go losing it. What's this? Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal. Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those! I got my fingers caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was a bit of cheese and it looked so tasty. I reached out and then BAM! I'm not sure I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Someone already took the hot dog from I don't. This must be an old panhandle or something. How do you know that? Huh? What? That was my nickname in junior high. What? Panhandle? I didn't have much money back then, pal. I used to bum stuff off the other kids sometimes, so they called me Panhandler. Panhandler, huh? I could see that. Thinking back, it's actually kind of a nice memory now. Amazing. This is Ms. Dunham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, all right? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... The top is coming off? Look what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Wait, is it also a sword? Oh my god. It's a cane sword. It's a cane sword. Oh my god. That's sick. I love it. A sword inside the staff. Could it be the murder weapon? A really important piece of evidence you left lying in the snow. Well, to be fair, it was left precisely where it was found. You know, for evidence reasons. Sure. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. Exactly. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the 7-branched sword, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gotta be airtight. Every case is gotta be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya, what's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been... Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside this sacred cavern. Yeah. You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. Yeah, Maya is trapped in the sacred cavern of the training area of the inner temple. Is trapped at a channeling school where her mother was murdered. Yes, she is. Behind increasingly difficult amounts of locks. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. With her cousin, whose twin sister was convicted of murder, and her other cousin, whose mother tried to get her framed for murder so that said daughter / cousin could become the new master. Yes. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff. You got it? Now, okay. Now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe? You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? And you don't think this has anything to do with Maya? Well, see, we also found Maya's name written in blood, but, like, the thing is, though, is that as far as we're aware, Maya's been trapped inside the sacred cavern this entire time. So, technically speaking, she can't actually do it. Like, can't actually do the murder. But, like, no, it absolutely has things to do with Maya. Just not that she did the murder. Which is what people are starting to think. Victim staff received from Detective Gumshoe for safekeeping. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Good question. Well, let's get out of here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Main hall. Main gate this time. Look at me go. Suspension bridge. Let's go to Inner Temple Gate. Go to Garden. Edgeworth. We are going to present to you. That's not what I wanted. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You knew about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a kidnapping 11 years ago. Also, I dated her. We're getting to that. We're getting to that, I assume. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. But wasn't the police officer older? Yes. So, basically what happened was, the jeweler father divorces Morgan Fay, or at least leaves, right? He gets remarried to a lady who had a daughter named Valerie. So Valerie was the older stepsister. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty. Thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. Oh no. So Pearl, did the Armadillo have Mia take a case knowing they were related? No. Okay, no. So Armando was the co-defense on a trial that Mia insisted on taking herself. Mia took on, actually, wait, yeah. Well, no. So the first case, Mia insisted on taking herself. The second case, I don't precisely remember, but I think she wanted to take the case herself for, because I think she thought it was related to, because it was related to the death of Armando, if memory serves. Or she thought they were connected, or something like that. There's no way to revive the dead, but no, what I think happened here is that someone got Pearl to channel Dahlia, and then just went on a rampage. And then because Pearl couldn't control Dahlia, like Dahlia's spirit, she went on a rampage. I'm betting Armillas is Mia's brother and knew Dahlia and Mia were related. No, they were dating. No, Armando and Mia were dating. I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? Roll Tide. Fair enough. Fair enough. She's Morgan Fay, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with a fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved. Oh yeah, that case! I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the Crane channeling technique is real. Let me see. So Dahlia Hawthorne ceased. It's a problem. But let's go try. Let's go try Pearl again. Actually. Oh, actually, no. Actually, I take it back. We can actually do. We should be able to finish Iris here, actually, because Dahlia is the way that she can be in two places at once. Oh no! No! I'm stupid. I mashed too fast. I hate everything. We're gonna mash slower this time, so we don't accidentally back out. Alright. You were in your room, that's where I was. I believe you're innocent. This person saw you. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. Yep, there we go. She's lying because she testified. No! I hate this. Yeah, so basically, for whatever reason, it registered a right click. I'm so bad. Let's do this again. So basically, right click, like, mashes you through, like, all of the text. Hey, Iris, I dated your sister. Also, she tried to get me framed for murder, so I would die. Alright, there we go. There we go. And then the last one. There was two of you. Wait, Bikini is only 48? Apparently, yes! Go figure. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Ah! That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder? I dated her, I knew her well. It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister said, have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the crane channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah. Got it. Alright. I was in my room in the main hall that night. Remember the entire reason this place even exists? Exactly! As soon as I heard that I had been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. That's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. I'm so confused right now. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I would help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on her father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Main family. The Main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired. Because her mother's sister took it all from her, she took over as the master of Crane. That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother. Maya, Lord. But before long, the credibility of the Crane tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Misty Fay, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I've asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Jeez. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Ray. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Hey, Francisca, did you see the 5 flashbacks about when your father murdered Reggie's father? Oh, wait. Oh, that makes it even more weird. Oh, that makes it even more weird. Oh, no. Manfred Van Karma murders Ashworth's father, takes him in as like a foster child slash like law mentee. What? Sir, what is your problem? Why are you like this? I hate everything. Okay, that's Edgeworth still. We want inner gates. We want suspension bridge. We want Heavenly Hall. Look at that! They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick! Ha! You're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I'm pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearl is hiding.
Take that!
And I think we have enough. Yeah, we should have enough to like power through all these. You're a potato, Larry. Oh my god. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to, you didn't go. So you went to the inner temple.
Take that!
Because you were worried about Maya.
Take that!
Easy. Already pre-selected. Alright. Cool. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearl. But no. Let's see. It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. because she was trying to hear, she was really like trying to hear that bell because, hey Pearl, I dated your sister. Absolutely not. We are not going to tell her about that.
Take that!
You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Ah! Where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearl, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were in for you, Pearl. For me, no. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearl? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearl have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearl was supposed to channel. Don't overthink it.
Take that!
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright, gotta go. I think I've done enough distracting so the game should end tonight, so I can be here for the ending. Yeah, no, I don't think it's ending here, because we still have to finish the investigation and then finish the trial itself, and the trial itself is going to be a fight. Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearl doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. And then figure out who Godot is. I think we have a pretty solid idea who he is. It's just a matter of getting it confirmed. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearl. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you follow their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Let's see. Be careful once night falls. Should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is Blup. She is our ally. The whole blank. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is Blup, gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Oh, she's in solitary. I wonder.
Take that!
Pearl, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you? I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Aw, you made her cry. Alright, Pearl, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence and one more thing should do it. Alright, Pearl. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It could have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean? I'm sure you thought you were very carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some words, and this is evidence. Oh my god. I was right. The gravy roast. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah! What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Dunham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. It's kind of a tough word. Oh. Sure, Miss Dunham taught you how to read gravely and roast. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing. Aww. But yeah, no, if anything, she's being punished for... My god. For channeling some monster. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple. With a pot full of leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Korean like it said in the letter. I see, and then... Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearl, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the ladder into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and left off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. Apparently. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like, Nick. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think Wait, is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearl could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. But why? I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called the penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearl. I visited her every month. And last month, she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fate Clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae Clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Pie is part of the Fae Clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture. Of Miss Elia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Clary knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. But who? Thanks, Pearl. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha! Oh, it's Godot. Hi, bud. Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot? The entrance to the Sacred Cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Faye isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Faye. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow? We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all. Mr. Nick? Is this what that man said true? It'll be alright, Pearl. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl. You've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the Master Seat is yours. Nope. Hate everything about this. Hate everything about this. May as well overwrite this one too so I don't actually accidentally use it. One of these days I'm gonna actually remember to delete that bottom one. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Ah, morning, Pearl. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Why? Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony. You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Then who? Of course. Who else would it be but Godot? Godot. Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Oh yeah, she's getting through the locks. The Sacred Cavern, you don't mean that she's... Why do we have the German working on the trick locks? Like, I get it, they have, like, you know, a stereotype for, like, engineering, but, like, and she's allegedly a genius, but, like, this, just, of all the people to work on it, it just sounds funny. Why is there only 20 people in this universe? I don't get it. I mean, it keeps it easy, but, like, Lord. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. My God. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Wow. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. Well, because there isn't any. You don't have to tell me that. Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. It's almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Ayo? Is he gonna be my co-counsel? Is he gonna be my co-counsel? Yes! Thanks. Yes! Co-counsel Miles Edgeworth, let's go. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise, Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. We don't like her very much. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. It's actually kind of interesting that all the prosecutors are like so good they don't need co-counsel, and then we're just like, yeah, we have co-counsel because we need it because we're kind of dumb. But it makes sense because like all the prosecutors are like, you know, geniuses, so they don't need co-counsel, and then we're just like some normal guy. And like the co-counsel is more for like the player than anyone else. In case we get stuck. Oh, it's so great. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Oh my god! Wait! So the main judge is also Canadian? Wait! The two of them are related? Also, we gave our cold magically to the Canadian judge? What on earth? What on earth is this universe? How does this work? All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright, what is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? And everyone's like, what on earth? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. And he's on his second cup. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Oh, that dough. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved it into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Crane tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Oh, are they trying to pin this on Maya? Ah, I hate everything. Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Crane channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Oh, look! Who saw this coming? Everyone. Absolutely not. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trey. She's naming Maya? Not again. Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. She has no reason to do it. That's ridiculous. Maya can never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I hate everything. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. So why is she lying now? Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all in the garden. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You said yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There, we all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robes for a weapon. Wait a minute, what was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger? And Elise Student tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Ugh. Lord. Godot, please. Okay, now let's continue.
Hold it!
She threw her staff away? Mystic Lise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there something wrong? Is there something odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's all right. Mystic Lise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this.
Hold it!
And then... Mystic Maya, she turned things around, and then... she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward with a strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something... Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. I see. This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's going to get blamed for this. I only have this to say. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Student. Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes. Right. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, Trite. It's called evidence. Now hurry up before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is Godot waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this, but there are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Okay, so she has no reason to do that when the sword, the cane is also a sword, while the staff is also a sword. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Dunham really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trey. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective at close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade? Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to bring its argument, to back its argument. Mr. Wright? I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Student would never...
Take that!
Elise Student would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey. No. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to? Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Also, she probably would. I mean, like, of all the people in this, you know, universe, the main branch Fays would not, you know, hurt each other. But, like, mother killing daughter is not unusual here. Like, it's not outside the realm of possibilities. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dunham actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Oh. Yeah, she has literally no reason to. Order of the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some of the facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Oh my god, sir. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Let me guess. It's gonna have Maya's fingerprints and Misty's blood. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. You know, the one thing we couldn't investigate back there. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Morning coffee. Didn't you just say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. I hate everything. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. How convenient. Cute girls never lie ever. They do. They lie all the time. In any case, witness, could you please testify again to this court? About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women? Yes, Your Honor. I hate everything. She's not gonna give us the truth. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Silently, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore? That seems reasonable. But why would she? Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so... I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place? Tell me, what did Miss Malia Fey do after she was struck? What happened to the victim's staff, then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't really see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. Objection. We know that Maya... We know that Maya was at the inner temple and the woman that was killed was Elise. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Please, well then, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Great. The two of them faced each other for a moment. And Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise tumbled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where did that dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck in the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That's the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. That seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Let's see. What do we have? Let's see. Found at the inner temple garden. She was stabbed in the back here. That doesn't really matter because the stab could have gone through. Although a dagger like that, maybe it's the same width. Oh no, blood loss. part of me wants to try saying that this doesn't work because, you know, she was stabbed in the back, not the front. So here is where, where's the autopsy report? There it is. I'm gonna try presenting it here. Yep, there it is. Something about, well, you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah. We win these, we win these. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Huh. It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Can you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. Yes. By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit? I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, wouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No. Order, order, order. Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern as evidence. Stone lantern added. A lantern from the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Ooh, boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh, yes, that's right. Wait, how does Godot not know about that? He was the one who presented the... After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. I hate everything.
Objection.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whiz. Sir, you can't tell me that. Like, I know you can't see red, but it should still be, like, brown or something. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay, then let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Mr. Nim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the crane tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. And I used the seven-branched sword to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elysium was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. Objection. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. So then you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Oh, why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. Snow, huh? It's pretty amazing that you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? About the snowmobile, yeah. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. Objection! I'm sorry, witness. But now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? So what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked back. Oh, she walked from the inner temple back to Hasakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hasakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. Ooh. Duh, what are you doing? The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Why is Godot doing our job here? Mr. Godot, why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony, that's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a little hint? Well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hasakura Temple courtyard? Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then I...
Hold it.
Can I get the other... If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hasakura Temple. I see, snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, yeah. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? I think it's important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Irish just made added to the testimony, but does it have anything to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, okay.
Hold it.
Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Dunham. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
Hold it.
There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, yes, sir. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think snow, huh? What's going on here? If the snow really had stopped by the time of the murder, didn't mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations. Huh. Well then, Mr. Troy, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us? Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. So she died around 10 or 11. Snow ended at 10. At almost 11, actually. We should actually be able to...
Objection.
No? No! Absolutely. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. So how do we prove that that's not true? Because it's not the weather data, allegedly. So let's see. Hi Jace, how are you? So let's see. Yeah, so it's allegedly not the weather data. Although, has blood on it, came from the victim's staff. We could... Let's see. I don't think that picture's going to help us. Crime photo. Yeah, that I don't think it's going to help us either. I've been watching, but I've been thinking something. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. How do we... Like, there's something weird about that, because it doesn't quite... So, let's see. So, Elise died somewhere between 10 and 11 p.m. According to the weather data, the snow kept going until about 10:50. Now, granted, actually, wait a minute. How do you get the body across a bridge that's on fire? Because, like, the bridge was struck. So, in order for the murder to happen, when it's no longer snowing, it had to happen in that 10-minute window between 10:50 and 11. Well, it had to have, because that's, like, the end of the window on the autopsy report, right? But the thing is, though, is that lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. So the only way that the murder happened after the snow stopped is if the body was still on the other side. Because there's no way to get it across a burning bridge. And the bridge burned more or less entirely. How do we prove? How do we prove that the bridge was on fire? Well, so she can't drag it all the way across Dusky Bridge if the bridge is on fire, right? Like, assuming this was true, there is no bridge to carry the body over. But how do we... So, basically, like, this here, and the fact that the bridge burned, basically just makes this not work. So... Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime? We could try it. Okay, no, that's not it. No, that's fine. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, there's like a way to prove that the bridge was on fire and therefore it doesn't work. But it's like trying to figure out the logic that the game's expecting you to use when there's a few different ways you could do it with a little creative thinking. So let's see. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred, but I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Yeah, no, Jace, I'm open to theories. Depending on what you were thinking about. Yeah, basically the only thing I don't care for in this chat is, like, blatant, like, backseating or, like, spoilers. Feel free to theory craft away. Excuse me. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Oh no. She's been had. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. You think you got it? For like what's going on with, because right now we're fairly certain that someone channeled Dahlia. It's a matter of who, right? So Maya has been trapped in the sacred cavern, so odds are it's not her. Pearl couldn't have done it. Iris couldn't have done it. One, she's not actually like a spirit medium, despite being part of the branch family. And two, she was seen at the time of the murder, so she could not have done it. Well, two of her were seen at the time of the murder, so she could not have actually done the channeling. That does leave Bikini, actually. Because Bikini, theoretically, like, we don't know if she can actually... If it's not Pearl and Misty is dead, it could have only have been Maya. But the problem is that Maya was... Unless Maya was able to get out of the sacred cavern, it could not have been Maya. Plus, we also don't know if Bikini's actually capable of channeling spirit mediums. Theoretically, she is, because she's the one who's supposed to be overseeing the training of acolytes. This is confusing, yeah. So basically, the only way it's Maya who did this is if you have kind of the opposite, or like the inverse of a locked room mystery, like a locked room murder, where the murder happened outside the room and you're trying to figure out how the murderer got out of the locked space that they should not be able to get out of, or it was someone who was actually outside. I'm inclined to think that it was someone who was actually already outside, especially since Bikini already admitted to leaving the inner temple when she wasn't supposed to go have a bath. And no one's actually really questioned her story on that because of her back. In theory, she could have actually done it herself. Although, she doesn't really have a motive to do it. Aside from just craving attention. So, it's interesting. Although, let's see. So, the letter Pearl... So, while we're thinking about it, so the letter Pearl got from Morgan Fay was opened by someone already. Someone who could have gone back. So theoretically, this letter was Pearl got this letter long before she went to Hazakura Temple, because once she got there, it's confirmed she never went back to the house. Like, that's basically where they tried to find her. The culprit, maybe? No, it absolutely has to have been the culprit. Because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to actually channel Dahlia, because you basically, the only way to really do it off someone you don't know is a picture, and that letter apparently came with a picture of Dahlia. So whoever opened it would know what Dahlia looked like, would have, been able to do the thing. Man, no, Bikini doesn't really have much of a motive. Aside from, you know, more eyes on the temple. More, like... But there's... I don't know. Because, like, all of the possible... Objection. Hi, Alistair. But yeah, no, we'll figure it out. Whether this witness lied or not does not mean squat right now. Squat. The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course. But whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dinim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nut and Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Dinim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. Okay, so, honestly, what isn't happening is probably the easier question to answer. From the start of this case, Nick, Maya, and Pearl went to this place called Hazakura Temple so that Maya could go some extra intense spirit medium training in their sacred cavern to, you know, help her, you know, develop her powers, right? So while they were there, they meet this children's book author named Elise, and she gets murdered, seemingly with the seven branch sword. Yes. At some point, Nick fell into the Eagle River, trying to save Maya, who was, you know, still trapped at the inner temple. He fell into the river and wound up in the hospital for a bit. Miles Edgeworth became the acting defense attorney for the first trial, and a good bit of the initial investigation. And so eventually it passed back to, you know, Nick. Edgeworth called in some favors, got Francisca to act as the prosecution for the case, which is good because otherwise it would have been Godot and it would have been a mess. But basically, at this point, we have done a lot of bizarre digging. As it turns out, Elise was actually Misty Faye, Mia and Maya's mother and master of the Korean channeling technique. She has been murdered. Maya actually, and the dude from, yeah. Oh yeah, and the dude, yeah, and the Canadian judge turns out is the younger brother of the normal judge, who magically got Nick's cold and had to sit out, so we got the actual judge. So the gang's all back together again. But yeah, so basically, long story short, turns out the victim was actually Maya's mother. And now Godot is trying to say that Maya did it. They're kind of dancing around, like, Maya's motive. Like, we haven't actually gotten to that part yet, because right now we're still focusing on Iris, confessing to being the accomplice and trying to cover it up. The only thing that makes sense is that nothing makes sense. Yeah. Like, at some point, I should probably try diagramming this case, because it's a mess. It is an absolute mess. Why would Maya kill her mom? To become the master of the Korean channeling technique? Because the only way for that master title to transfer from Misty to Maya is for Misty to be declared dead. Now, granted, she could have just waited it out, because after a certain amount of time, Misty would have been declared like dead as far as the title succession goes, and it would have automatically passed on to Maya anyway, regardless. But there is an argument to be made that if Maya realized who Elise actually was, she could have, you know, murdered her own mother to make that succession happen faster. Right? Like, there is actually a pretty decent argument to be made there, actually. So it's a little surprising that the one that they're opting for in this case is that Elise, not realizing who Maya was in the dark, granted. Only thing I know is that Phoenix's trainer, or whatever they're called, died. Yeah, so Nick's mentor, Mia, died long ago. She died in the second case of the first game. I feel like Pearl would kill Maya to become master if Pearl was evil. So about that. So at some point, so every month, apparently, Pearl goes and sees her mother, Morgan, in prison. Because her mother is currently in solitary confinement instead of getting death row. So once a month, Pearl goes and sees her. And at one point, somewhat recently, Morgan tells Pearl to go and fetch a letter that she had stashed back at Fae Manor for Pearl, telling her with instructions. Those instructions, so they're kind of burnt out because, you know, Pearl was supposed to destroy the letters after she carried out the instructions. But basically, Morgan told Pearl to channel an absolute monster of a woman named Dahlia Hawthorne, who is the twin sister and older sister, well, twin sister of Iris and older sister of Pearl. Oh, like mind blown. To get revenge, well, to basically get vengeance for the Branch family. And it basically winds up functioning as a way of, like, killing Misty and framing Maya at the same time to basically try getting Pearl back into, like, you know, position to become the new master of the Crane channeling technique and to make Morgan's family the new main family. So, it is a mess. So, technically speaking, Morgan tried to make evil Pearl, and Pearl actually went along with it. The only reason it didn't work is because apparently Pearl has come up with Pearl couldn't actually channel Dahlia. That's literally the only reason this didn't work. Mia died and was the victim. Yeah, no, Mia was the victim for the second case from the first game. From the original, first game. So, basically, Pearl, we almost got evil Pearl. Now, granted, mostly because she didn't really understand what any of this letter meant. And she just wanted to do what her mom told her to do. Because she thought what was good for her part of the Fae family was also going to be good for Maya. False. But basically, the only reason Pearl didn't wind up with an evil arc is because she failed to channel Dahlia. She thought that it was a personal failing on her part, that she somehow lost her ability to channel spirits. But we actually think that someone else might have actually channeled Dahlia instead. Was because Dahlia was channeled already. Yep, basically. So, we don't know who would have done it. We have a few options for who would have done it, but they're not great. Like, Maya was allegedly locked inside the Sacred Cavern, so she could not have, like, even if she channeled Dahlia, she did not have access to Misty for the actual murder, because like, channeling a spirit doesn't automatically make you able to, like, move through walls or, like, cross burning bridges without, you know, being burned. Like, that doesn't happen. You basically just give the spirit a corporeal form, and they are, you know, bound to the laws of physics for so long as they are in your body. Like, that we've already kind of established. So it really can't be... So unless Maya was not actually locked in the Sacred Cavern, there's no way she could have done it. Pearl, we know, failed to channel Dahlia in the first place, so it couldn't have been her. Iris was seen in 2 places at once, more or less confirmed. So we know it could not have been Iris. Plus, Iris self-declared doesn't have any spirit channeling ability whatsoever, despite being branch family of the Fays. Bikini technically could have. We don't know anything about her spirit channeling ability. We assume she does because she is the one who leads the training for the acolytes. Here it has occurred at Temple. But we don't actually know anything about her channeling ability. Nor do we actually know what her name is. So, other than her quote-unquote temple name, which is Sister Bikini. She could very well also be branch family of the Fae clan. She could also just be some random lady who happens to work at the temple. Hard to say. She is probably the one we know least about, and the one I'm kind of figuring is probably the one who channeled Dahlia. But we... Actually, no, she's probably... Yeah, no, actually, you know what? It probably is her, because she's the one who knew about the twins. She didn't know about Pearl, but she did know about Dahlia and Iris being sisters. And knew that they were, you know, Morgan Faye's daughters. So, it is an interesting little wrinkle. But yes, so that is basically where you have walked into this. Be careful once night falls should be there. What? Be careful once night falls should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Yeah. So basically, that's what I understood from the first page. Yeah, so the instructions that were allegedly left for Pearl was to channel Dahlia and then let Dahlia do everything. Her name is Blank. She is our ally. The whole Blank. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is Blank, burn the Blank. Also make... Wait. Also make... What does that say? Because you can... Because that's not sure. What does that say? No, I can kind of make that out. What does that say? Can I adjust the gamma? No. We're not that good. No. Sadness. Because I was going to say... No, that doesn't look like a... no, this is not... make sure... Sure no one. Yeah, but like, this is not the word sure. Oh, what does it say? This almost looks like the word not. But that doesn't make any sense. Tell anyone about this letter. Basically, yeah. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. The reason why we were able to figure out that Pearl was the one who got these instructions is because she put gravy roast, not gravy roast, roast gravy on the scroll of Misty Faye, and only a small child would have done that, and Pearl's the only small child. But yeah, so it's a bit of a mess. But from the sounds of it, honestly, basically Bikini's the only option we really have, unless there's like a secret protagonist, a secret antagonist somewhere who like is going to turn up in the 11th hour. I have a feeling it's Bikini. Because none of the Fays actually work. Nor do any of the Hawthorns. There's only human to err. If she's so perfect, try maybe you could explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of... Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. She was flung! She was flung! You're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. But yeah, no, one of these days I should really, like, diagram the plot for this case. And, like, the trilogy in general. Because I feel like that would be a wild ride. What about Your Honor? You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? God, I hope not. Or maybe that's what we want. Because I want Bikini on the stand so I can ask her questions. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling? Had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? I found the contradiction already. Yeah, there's like ways to get stuff across. Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? I mean... So it's just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. That looks like one of the cables. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and even one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Well, I mean, part of it did. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. I don't think, unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Oh, look, a rock shelf. Cool, yeah. I'm only going to say it one more time. It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. But yeah, so somehow we have to actually prove that this is the way it happened. Cause, like, how much you want to bet? This is Elisa's hair, this is her robes, and she's being flung across the... Imagine she's been flung across the stupid thing. It's 20 yards. It's so far. We have the same idea? Just fling her across. But how do you do that? But how do you fling her across? Except for maybe one of the suspension cables. But even then, how? You would have to, like... So, there's no way to move the body. So I must have gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or how did it stop? Doesn't really matter that much. Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Yeah. It's called to fly. But is the sketch upside down, maybe? Possible, actually. Let me see. So, now, granted, this is what Larry claims to have seen at the bridge. Now, what I'm thinking is more likely... Actually, so, let me see. Is there a picture? Is there a better picture of the bridge? No, of course not. You know what? That actually makes sense. Because if... So, basically, when Larry sketched this, he said this is exactly what he saw. So, basically, what I'm hearing is that she wasn't flung across, like, flying. She was swung across off, like, one of the snapped supports. But, like, to do that, you still have to climb up the other side. You still have to climb up that support wire on the other side. The cables are facing up in the sketch when they should be facing down. If memory serves from the case before this, because this is the same bridge that Dahlia threw herself off of, the supports are actually to the side. Which is why I was kind of thinking that maybe this is like a weird, like, top-down of the bridge. But, like, that doesn't really work since these are, like, clearly the side supports for the bridge itself. So, yeah. So, technically speaking, like, this sketch, there's so many problems with this sketch. Like, it's not even funny. Because technically speaking, this is one side, this is the other side in the back, and then these are supposed to be the support cables, right? But the support cables are technically, you know, on the same plane as the bridge, because they're cables. They're not, like, posts. They're not poles. They are cables. They are tensioned to keep... They're tensioned from, like, these, like, almost mooring post looking things, you know, set into the ground on both sides of the bridge to make sure that it stays standing. Also note that they're connected to the bridge itself, like, on, like, one of the edges rather than, like, you know, underneath it, right? Because they're not as far, like, they don't have as much, like, perspective applied to them as you would think. Now, that also makes this interesting because this implies that, like, because there's only supports on one side of the bridge, weirdly enough. If she was swung under the bridge, it would explain the sphere, right? Probably. Yeah. Because the sphere was found half buried in the snow next to the bridge. I kind of crossed the bridge naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Gudo said, the body did make it across somehow. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Yes. This is no joke, you're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Miss Ray, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally, it was, you see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of a special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. Objection! Oh my god, of course you would go back that far. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. And we did. Well, we can. I just want to see what she says. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way to cross. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a little silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. But yeah, no, Larry was like, yeah, the sketch proves it. However, we want to argue, like, we can, like, argue the small details of the sketch all we want, but that sketch shows more or less how the body got across from one side to the other with a burning bridge. It's also just a matter of figuring out where it goes in all of this. No. That's not what I wanted. So, we're going to present this here and hope for the best. Yeah, there it is. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. So basically, every single time Larry has recounted the events leading up to the sketch, he's always depicted as laying on his back in the Heavenly Hall with the door or like a window so that he can see the bridge. If he sketched exactly what he saw before he stood up, he would see a body flying rather than like flying over instead of swinging under. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Amazing. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. I looked it up. You could have presented the sketch on any of them. Oh, that's interesting. That's good. That's actually good to know, though. Like let's see. Miss Elise did his brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice. Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that was when he had witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming they flew and you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trey, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Loris is exactly what happened. Of course the victim... Oh, no. Oh, okay. Yeah. Say it's a contradiction for no penalty and a joke. Amazing. Alright then. What do you mean? Excuse you? Excuse me?
Objection!
Absolutely not. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth. Oh, okay. Hey. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I mean, it is exactly what happened, but I guess we have to say contradiction. Because, I mean, it is evidence of something. It's just not what we think it is. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Yeah, right or wrong, it was exactly what happens. That was the joke. Whoosh. Okay, Troy, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I think...
Take that!
This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something? And they're all... Mr. Wright, that answer just now. It was lethal. Excuse you? Yeah, maybe it's the wires. After tracking us all the way to this point, it's embarrassing. Blushing only suits... point out something else. Yeah, maybe we can do the wires. This might have to be pixel perfect. I'm gonna scream. Is this wire connected to the bridge? Wire? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Probably this. The burnt out bridge. Because we don't have anything else that shows the bridge. Yeah, I was right, yes.
Take that!
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, Jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Amazing. Order. This sketch is somewhat different from what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it just sounds like you're wrong. With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright. Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates, but it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah, no way. Loris witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, he saw the scene he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laura's sketch is like this. Whip. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, it was a pendulum. Amazing. Ridiculous. Order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum, yeah, we were right the whole time. It's just a matter of, like, proving it. The bridge was burning to a crisp, there was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yeah, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection.
Or just use one of the support cables. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The ropes were already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? We're going to present this.
Take that.
And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, didn't Misty's body fall 10 feet? Yep, honestly, it probably smacked into the cliff, if I had to guess. It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge. And the lightning strike, when the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Denham's body. And beamed her onto the cliff. Now, granted, so there's a wall into the courtyard that is 10 feet tall. So you could technically say that the fall from 10 feet was basically swing her across, get her across more or less safely, you know, for a corpse, and then just dunk her over the wall. Because it was a 10-foot wall. So, if it wasn't the pendulum swing that, you know, caused the 10-foot fall evidence, then it was going over the wall. As he goes and he chugs his coffee. Sir, at least savor it. Mr. Cadeau, sir, savor the coffee. I know you're drinking like 6 million cups a day, but like savor it. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection.
Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question, did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over by a pendulum?
Take that!
Well, the sphere coincides, yeah. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal, yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Liz. Why aren't we calling her who she is? My god, I hate that last name, Dunim. Absolutely not. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. Yeah. The crystal was found... precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Beautiful. We love physics. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. And we're covered in coffee. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. I thought I heard the cup smack him. Yeah. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh. A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Coffinese! Can you elaborate a bit more? Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross the Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that trait? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well, then. If you please, Mr. Wright. He was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side. Yeah, because if the actual killer was on the far side, on the near side had to have been someone else. So let's think about it, right? So Iris was seen on both sides of So let's see. So Iris was seen on both sides of the bridge, right? So she was seen at the inner temple and she was seen at Hazakura Temple at the same time, more or less. So if the real Iris, so basically we have to, if Bikini caught it, her back would break. So it's not her. Now, what if it was Bikini as someone else? If she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne, would her back issues become, you know, better temporarily because she becomes Dahlia? We're only only assuming that Dahlia was summoned to do the murder itself. Right? So it could have been... Actually, no. Did we establish the Dahlia? No, because I was going to say, did we establish if Dahlia was the one who actually went to the inner temple? But that was based off of Iris's original testimony, which we have since thrown out, right? So one of these two. So we could say that Iris was the accomplice, but like, I don't think, I don't know. I think spirit channeling is more elaborated on in Spirit of Justice. Fair. So what we've seen of it so far is that you take on the physical appearance of that person. And you do seem to gain some of the benefits of that, in that, like, there was arguments being made that when Maya was channeling the dead nurse, because she became taller and overall like a larger person, because Maya's, you know, a short teenager. Yeah. So when Mimi was channeled, you know, Maya got taller and overall just bigger, and benefited from the additional muscle mass and the additional height, right? So there was arguments being made for that, and as far as I can tell, they didn't seem to disprove that. Just as a, no, like, if you're spirit, like, channeling a spirit, that doesn't work like that. So, in theory, if Bikini is able to channel spirits and, you know, channeled Dahlia, in theory, becoming Dahlia would fix her back to some degree. Possibly. It's hard to say. It's very hard to say, especially since we don't actually know if she can actually channel spirits. Although it would make sense, given what she witnessed. Because she was on the Hazakura temple side when she claims to have seen an Iris putting the seven branch sword, you know, through the victim's back. But I'm also inclined to think that she might have been the Iris on the other side, who then swung it over to actual Iris. So let's see, because it's one of these. It's either Iris or Dahlia. It's always going to be one of those two. Part of me wants to say no. So I think Dahlia was the one who actually committed the murder. So I think it might actually have been Iris. Although that still puts her as an accomplice to the murder. Just with a different murderer. But I don't think we actually know. Because we've... I might be overthinking this, to be perfectly honest. So, we know that one side of the bridge is going to be Dahlia, one side of the bridge is going to be Iris. It's a matter of figuring out which is which. Now, actually, I think we do know which is which. Because Iris knows the combination to the initial trick lock that's on the door to the Sacred Cavern. Because she was the one who said it when she was on that side. Or at least that's what she claims, right? So, the other side has to be Dahlia. You know what? I'm gonna try Dahlia, actually. Just because... That aroma just now? Oh, no. Yeah, it has to be Iris.
Take that!
Yeah, it can only be you, Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection.
Trite. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup site. Nope. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Huh. Strange indeed. It's almost as if on the night the defendant was in two places at the same time. Yes. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? I bet you the Iris on the stand is Dahlia? No, this is actually Iris. Like, this is actually Iris. Because if this was... because the real Dahlia was executed. The only way for there to be a Dahlia is if someone is channeling her. Because she's dead. Allegedly. Although it seems to have been confirmed by Edgeworth that she is in fact dead. So the only way to get a Dahlia in court is for someone to channel her. And I'm pretty sure Dahlia's red hair would have, you know, overtaken this. Because they're twin sisters. So they're always going to look similar. The pendulum, of course. Then how can Iris be in two places? Because basically, so Iris and Dahlia are twins, right? Dahlia was executed, and someone... So, remember how Pearl failed to channel Dahlia? If Pearl hasn't lost her powers, that means someone had to have beaten her to the punch and channeled Dahlia. One Iris was Dahlia pretending to be her because they're twins. The other is Iris, like the real Iris. So here, let me shush, shush. Nick, shush. Okay, so unfortunately they're on separate pages. But see, this is Iris, and this is Dahlia. They are perfectly identical except for their hair color. Dahlia, being dead, executed last month, she would have needed to have been channeled by one of the spirit mediums up at the mountain. Pearl was supposed to do it, but allegedly failed. Maya technically could have done it, but is allegedly locked inside the Sacred Cavern. Bikini allegedly went back to Hazakura Temple, and Iris was seen in two places at once, so it's literally impossible for her to have channeled her own sister. So, it's an interesting conundrum. Which one of these three actually channeled Dahlia? Now, granted, Pearl was given instructions to do it. The reason I think it was Bikini is because, you know, she knew that Dahlia and Iris were twins. And, like, sisters. And also, you know, branch family. The thing is, though, is that she didn't know about Pearl. But Mia's hair is brown and Maya's is black, and Mia is and when Mia is channeled, it's still black. True. And she... I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it would be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Oh, maybe you're right. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe this is Dahlia. Wait. I told you it was Dahlia.
Objection.
She's a good actress. Honestly, though. Like, Dahlia is usually not this good at acting, to be perfectly honest. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The one that's standing here at the witness stand. Her real name is... Bam. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Wait, then who... Wait. Is Iris channeling her own sister? Because unless this is... Wait. Honor... I'm very confused. According to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. Good-do. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. This is true. This is actually true. Death has no meaning when spirit mediums are involved. Order, order, order. Wait a moment. How can you, my sister? She's already dead. What kind of... You, of all people, should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. The Korean channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was. Well... If you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all right in here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of that plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 o'clock p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trait? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. Oh, what? Are you sure? Are you positive? Are you sure, sir? Did you check? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. I mean, not unless she, like, went with the body over. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall, where they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose I can't deny any of that, which means... But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Oh no, because they could have switcherooed. Yeah, no. So when Iris ran off the earthquake, yep. So basically when Edgeworth passed out because of the earthquake, they switcherooed. Dahlia went back to the detention center. Iris was somewhere, from the sounds of it. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Yeah, the earthquake. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual powers needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Wasn't the... Oh, yeah. So she's in. Oh, she's locked in with Maya. Imagine. So, Real Iris and Dahlia swap places. Real Iris gets locked in with Maya in the sacred chamber. Oh no. They must have switched places somewhere. Since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places? Yeah. The earthquake. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Aww, poor Edgeworth. I'm sorry. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake. Earthquake! Yeah. Aw, we're throwing him under the bus. I feel so bad. Ugh. Poor Edgeworth. Poor man. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. DL6 incident Cooper. Yeah. Yeah. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. Be quiet. Oh, there we go. Got her. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. We got her. She did it. Hey, that voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and occupation and profession. He's like, he takes this so in stride. My God, Godot. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. Oh, she's permanent. I mean, she's not wrong. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Oh, what? Ma'am, what is that face? What is going on here? So who is she currently in? Like, who is she currently in? Dahlia Hawthorne. I said it before she said it, yeah. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it for her and for myself. Wow. Wow. This trial is disgusting. I hate everything. Save your progress. Yes, of course. We'll save it up here too. Might as well. The only person I'm thinking it could be is Maya. Well, the only problem is that Maya has no reason to channel Dahlia. Like, she has literally no reason to do it. She has no reason to channel Dahlia. She has no reason. Like, the only way she would probably do it is if she was forced. For one. For two, she has no motive to kill her mother aside from, because like she was already just waiting out her mother, you know. A way to force it? Or like a reason. Because like, I mean, Maya doesn't strike me as the kind of person to like lash out if she feels like slighted. To hide somewhere that Dahlia wouldn't expect. But like, she would think she was handled by Pearl. See, that's That doesn't make sense. Cause so Pearl allegedly failed to channel Dahlia, right? So we know it can't be her. Maya has been locked in the sacred chamber this entire time. The only time she wasn't was when Iris and Dahlia were swapped. But the problem is that Maya has no reason to channel Dahlia. Except maybe to protect Pearl from something. Is the thing. And she certainly would not let Dahlia just run rampant. Unless, like, she lost control of the channeling. Which, given how awful Dahlia is, it's possible, but she was in a space that was allegedly going to heighten her powers for her training, so if there's anywhere she was going to have the most control, it was either here or back at, Fae Manor in the channeling chamber, right? Those are like the two places that would give her the best odds of like standing up against Dahlia, depending on how powerful they're going to try to claim her spirit is, right? So I don't see why Maya would do it ever. Iris can't. Bikini might. But the only way Pearl did it is if she somehow forgot. Yeah, we'll find out. I'm very lost. Well, witness. Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Alright, so I'm going to go get some more water really quick. I know we've only got like 9 minutes left to stream, but I'm thirsty. So I will be right back. So, we are going to basically see how far we can get in the next 5 minutes. And then we will pick up with the rest of this trial tomorrow. Because, good lord, is this going to be a mess? Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Oh boy, yeah, no, I need to know what happened here. According to Dahlia. Now, granted, there are going to be major problems with this testimony. Almost guaranteed. So it's going to be interesting trying to find it. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. It would first have to die. There we go. I can't read. Oh my god. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that. Don't give us that. Watch yourself trade. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya, could it be true? They finally stopped trying to frame her. And they were just going for, like, actual murder. But it seems to have gone sideways. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see, so that's when you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Crane? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yeah, so at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Word. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya would have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? You? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I took look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister, don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
Hold it!
You think the plan was a success? You heard me, just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection!
That's absurd. Maya is she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. You're sniveling yet. I can't speak today. Good lord. And your pathetic faith in other people. Lord. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious I'm not like that woman? I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Lord. Alright, so. This is where we're going to college, so let me get that save down. I need to, like, get this to a good spot that isn't, like... Give me a spot that is not a spoiler. It's like I'm trying to find a thumbnail. There we go. Revenge. There we go. So. Anyway. Yeah, Mia's long dead at this point. Been dead for 2 years, I think, is the like timeline for that. But anyway, thanks to everyone who rolled in to ride this absolutely bizarre roller coaster with me. We are going to be picking up with it tomorrow, more or less right where we left off. Now, granted, we will be, pressing that statement again for real tomorrow. I just needed a thumbnail, to be perfectly honest. That wasn't full of spoilers. But yeah, so tomorrow we are going to... When tomorrow? Same time as today. I stream at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard until about 8-ish Eastern Standard, so about 4 hours, which is kind of a lot for a visual novel like this that has no, like, voiceover narration or, like, voice acting of any kind. But, it is what it is. But yeah, so we will be here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, and then we will be doing our best to finish out the case so we can start with something fresh next week. But if we don't, we will be overflowing to Monday, same time, same place. Trying to keep it nice and easy, But yeah, so I hope y'all had a good time. Hopefully this case goes smoothly. But one of these days I should really try, like, diagramming out, like, the plot for this particular case, because this is bizarre. And of course it intermingles with, like, the whole storyline all the way back to, like, the first game. Imagine playing this specific game, not having played any of the others. It's like, okay, well, you know who Dahlia is. But, like, DL6, it's like, what on earth is that? Thankfully, it gives you, like, flashbacks to, like, some of the more important bits. But, like, my god, imagine being completely new to the series and trying to figure out what on earth DL6 is and, like, why it's important for, like, Edgeworth's, like, earthquake phobia. Oh, Lord, it would be a mess. Anyway, so I look forward to seeing folks tomorrow. Same time, same place. Hope you all have a good rest of your week and a good weekend. Bye, folks.